Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going to be talking a little bit about Tesla stock and why Tesla stock went up over 300% from this buy signal. Now, Tesla has been a fan favorite for many stock traders, especially because Elon Musk is the CEO. But there's been some news over the years that has helped Tesla go up drastically. We're going to go over the charts and the technicals. We're going to go over the relative strength index, the MACD. We can throw in some other indicators, some chart patterns. We can go over some significant things in the past that may have affected Tesla and make the price go down. But yeah, welcome to the stream, everyone. It did hit an all-time high last year, 2024, and it may be trying to do that again this year. I'm looking at the weekly chart. We haven't been there since December. So if people sold for tax loss harvesting in December after the retrace, and then we dipped down, that's a 50% retrace. So everyone that sold before the tax loss harvesting, they still not break even for 287 days if they were up there holding at the top, or if they bought at the top. So let that be a lesson learned not to buy the top. But let's look over here. We'll go over my indicator and just technicals real quick, because I'm a big believer that the technicals are there lined up before the actual events come for the fundamentals. And looking at the chart here, my green block indicator, you could have bought it back here on the week of December 2022 during the big dip, all the way to January. Even when people stopped tax loss harvesting at the end of December, we still had some sell pressure into January. But if you bought on the very first green candle at the very top in January at $134, and you sold it at the first red block, that's 224%. You were late. If you try to wait till the top, it went up only 260%. So those who bought at the bottom of the dip rather than waiting for the actual retrace were rewarded more. Went up over 340%, over 350, and then when we hit that all-time high again for 474 up to $500 range, probably see more retail traders and fund managers scaling out to take profits. It's very important to remember, though, Tesla ended up reaching a point where they already built their gigafactories. So they were set to make record profits. They were set to spend less money on building their factories. So that's pretty cool to consider when you're trading this stock. And there was a disappointment with the full self-driving. That full self-driving rolled out very late compared to when it was supposed to roll out. A lot of people were upset with that. Me personally, I don't want a car to drive me. I'm happy to drive myself. I could understand some people needing a car to drive them around, though. But you have to remember, when Elon was working for the Department of Government Efficiency, that's when the stock price was down in March 2025, after he stepped back and said, hey, look, I'm going to full-time over here at Tesla. That's when the stock started to rebound. And people are willing to bet on a CEO that's focusing on his company over his country first. And that's what happened. It's a publicly traded corporation. People wanted to see Elon Musk focusing on that corporation and not other tasks. So that helped the price of Tesla when he came back and started working again full-time at Tesla. They did offer him a big compensation package as well. I do think that as technology gets better, there are going to be more competitors, though. And I already see out of China, they're rolling out and making more electric vehicles. even like cheap electric vehicles. In the early days, Tesla was talking about making cheap electric vehicles for the everyday American. But as they started to scale and figure out there's not enough lithium for them to get that cheap electric vehicle to Americans. I don't think we'll see many Teslas under $25,000 range. But maybe cities will buy Teslas for like public rideshare and use public electricity to charge those Teslas. That could be an option if people are respectful and don't damage the full self-driving robo-taxis or destroy the cars like they like to destroy the Waymos or block them in traffic and catch them on fire. As long as we can maintain that trust in American society, yeah, Tesla could go up. But in the short term, they are overbought. Just looking at the chart over here. So from my indicator back in January till here, we are up there. We're up there. Let's go over here. And it's only been about 2 years. 2 years for the stock to go up over 300%, which isn't that bad. 2 years for 300% gain, I mean, that's all right. That's pretty acceptable. Especially when a company like Tesla is valued where it's at. It's worth a significant amount. May eventually become the most valuable company on the planet. You have companies like NVIDIA that are working with Tesla. So when you get all these really good companies working together and innovating, then they gobble up that market share. And my Discord, 2022, I was able to highlight this for retail traders. So might be hard to see. I'll make this bigger for you guys. But right here, if you look in the Discord, December 2022, this was December 29th, I mentioned that Tesla had this double bottom. And you could have got Tesla at $122 on this double bottom. This double bottom right here at 122. You would be ecstatic right now if you bought Tesla at $122. So it was right here, 122 range. It was a little bit early. It was on this candle, but the week I called it out was like a few days before that very bottom in January. But if you would have got Tesla around 122 and you rode it up until the first red block, that's still 255%. Until the top, that's about 300%. And until today, even with the dip, that's 250%. So, I mean, it is pretty good. Let's looking at the stock price today. I mean, yeah, if you could go back in time, man, well, my Discord was lit back then. If you go my Discord at that time, the whole Discord at that time, what you notice is this. At that time that you could have bought Tesla, we also had the big green blocks on Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Ethereum W. We had those big green blocks when Bitcoin was at 16,000. So you would have got Bitcoin at under 17,000. Or if you got Tesla at 122, you're probably feeling very good right about now, looking at your portfolio compared to the people that sold the bottom and then bought the tops. Now they have significant less number of shares, unfortunately. If you look at your stocks, if you look at your charts over here, there's not many companies that performed exactly like Tesla did. If we go over the oversold area, our RSI down here for Tesla, on that weekly candle, we were on that same weekly candle when I called that buy signal for Tesla down here, the most oversold point. So I didn't have to do that for you. You guys could have done it yourself. Any of you guys could have done that. So if you would have got Tesla at 122, there would have been many opportunities for you to be in profits. There was only a few days where you were not in the profits. Only a few days that you were not in the profits. Looking at the weekly candle, you were only negative for a little while, and then we started climbing. You were probably negative within a few candles on 2 weeks, and then you were in the profit for about 986 days. That feels good. Yeah, we're going to go over the AMD and NVIDIA stock charts as well this morning, Nicholas. That's also very interesting. NVIDIA had a sell signal, went down quite a bit. Then we revisited the stock. But just looking at Tesla stock, oh, that was like one good indicator. Like one indicator, you could have made your trade and you could have made your profits. If we look over here at another company, like Ethereum Foundation. Yeah, Ethereum Foundation is a company. But this morning, we have red blocks coming in for crypto as well. I believe the market is going to dump very hard this morning. A lot of things are at unsustainable levels because people borrowed money to get them here. People borrowed money to buy these stocks, to buy these cryptos, and they're going to run out of money to keep paying for it. Unfortunately. I mean, I would love it if these companies could just borrow money endlessly and I could make a fortune, right? That would be astronomical. I would love that shit. But we don't live in fairy tale land. All right. I'm going to drag this over to the Discord as well for those who are paying attention. So we got the red blocks this morning. I think the markets will dip hard. I think we'll have one of the biggest days of liquidation on longs today. Market will drop hard. So if the market pumped because of the government shutdown the other day, doesn't it make sense that the market would dip if the government opens back up? Oh, it does make sense that the market will dip hard. And probably the biggest liquidations. I think when the government opens back up in full swing, a lot of these cryptos will lose their value on that short term. So I'm going to look over here. I got those red blocks for you guys. We're going to be moving fast this morning. We have a lot of stuff to cover. But for Tesla, very simple. Should you buy Tesla? No. If you bought Tesla last time it was oversold, you should probably sell here while it's overbought. That's 100%. But if you bought back here 2022, you're up over 300%. So, reminder, this is not financial advice. It's not financial advice. But I would not be holding Tesla here at 429 when the competitors are prowling. When there's so many other things you could buy. Because you're not buying a stock for 5%, 10%. You're buying a stock for the next 10 times, 100 times. The amount of money it would take Tesla to get 100 times value here. Oh, man, too much. So the Tesla sell signal is at 429. Looking over here, we're going to go over a few more stocks. And I don't think many of you guys would buy. Let's do a poll. Would you sell your Tesla shares at 429.83? Let's see if you guys would sell your Tesla shares. We're going to go back over here. I'm going to save this chart. We're going to look at the big company, the big dog, the best corporation in America, NVIDIA Corporation. If you look at NVIDIA on the 1 minute chart, NVIDIA already started bleeding before the market opened. NVIDIA already started bleeding before the market opened. Look at that, over 3% drop in 36 minutes in the American pre-market. You should probably not buy this dip before the market opens either. I'll do another sell signal for NVIDIA, but you don't buy this dip. This is a trap. They try to run it up a little bit to sucker in the retail traders, and then they dropped it. So yeah, you don't want to buy this as well. You don't want to buy this dip. And so someone knows the government's opening back up. Someone knows that these prices are going to dump hard. So for plain text, for you guys who don't understand, the value will go down on these stocks. They're going to go down against the US dollar. They're already starting to go down against US dollar. Somebody knows the stock market is going to dump hard when the US government opens back up, and it will probably happen today or this week, and they're already front running it. How late are you as a retail trader? If you did not take profits, if you did not sell, you're only about 3% late. So you're about 3% late, which isn't bad. Because if you look over here at NVIDIA, we had that triple top at $153. And when that happened, we were overbought. Now we're overbought again at, we did pass the local triple top. And this is territory where the government had a shutdown and the prices of a lot of stocks pushed up. People were afraid. But if you look at this market over here, we switched to the 15 minutes. If you switch to the 15 minutes, this is what NVIDIA looks like right here. And if you look at the recent wicks, like those wicks were happening at the end of the day when markets was closing. I remember some people got squeezed out of their options on Friday. For the last 2 Fridays, people were getting squeezed out of their options. So looking over here at Nvidia, this has been one of our biggest wicks, but this is an American pre-market right here. So we're going to add that note as well. And this happened on the 8:15 candle. So that's at the 8:15 a.m. candle. So this will hint insiders know government will reopen and prices will drop on stocks. That's what I'm seeing here. I mean, oh, I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. Maybe the insiders don't know shit. Maybe the insiders that pay their employees $100 million a year don't know which direction the market's going. Maybe the CEOs that sit down with President Trump talking about what they're going to do for America don't know shit. So if Nvidia knows the market's going to go down, and if Nvidia is the best corporation in America, the most insightful, the most innovative, one that was holding up the SPY, then that means the SPY will come down. That means the SPY will drop. So we switched the SPY over here, 671. Not really much. So we're already going to go back over here to the SPY and give that big red block. And this is the 15-minute chart. Today is October 6th, 2024. Sorry, 2025. And so when market opens around 9 a.m., this thing will start going when the market opens. So my opinion is that the puts on the SPY will print today. This puts on the SPY will print today. Hope you guys like this valuable information. And to be clear, Michael Saylor posted yesterday, October 5th, no new orange dots this week. Just a 9 billion reminder of why we hodl. So, even Michael Saylor, MicroStrategy, the most irresponsible Bitcoin buyer on the planet, with other people's money, I might add, isn't even buying Bitcoin yesterday or this week. Oh, they know something. They know that we're going to drop, and whew. And if you look at Circle on the 15-minute chart as well, from October 1st till now, it bumped. If you look at the daily chart, oh god, this thing's been coming down since June. It's IPO back in June 2025. These guys IPO'd not long after the Bitcoin conference. They ran up the stock and then they started dumping it back down. But Circle right here, even. So Circle is in a different situation. It's a stable coin. If you look at the weekly chart, and this is where we go on Circle, the weekly chart, the RSI is still trying to curve. So I would not make a decision about Circle right now. You could draw some lines and stuff, but Circle, like right here, some people think it's breaking out, but it might come back down and retest, and if it retests, it might retest lower, and maybe triple bottom at 108, potentially. So I will draw an arrow for that, just to, let's see. So for Circle, probably my opinion, so that would be my opinion for Circle. Is to wait for that triple bottom at 108. That would also be at a range where it tests, and we're not all the way oversold, so. But people that bought Circle stock early, during the early days of the launch, you see it's already been sold. So I would wait until $108 to research a buy for Circle. I wouldn't spend too much time on this stock. I would just right click my line, add alert, and we cross this line, boom, I'll get notified. It's that simple. If I look at crypto this morning, we have market opening soon. I think watching these crypto charts when market open will be good, but I think I'm going to save this. I'm going to go back over here to Tesla, because Tesla is a very interesting one. If we look at Tesla on the 5 minutes and 1 minutes before market open, this is where we are, $440. If you look at it on the weekly, we're at $429. So in TradingView, it doesn't really have that updated data. So your weekly chart will look like this, a different price, compared to your 1 minute and 5 minute charts. But inside this range, between 440 and 455, Tesla's probably in that sell side. It was at 478 not too long ago. But as you see right here, volume has fallen off. So if I put it on the 5 minutes, let's see if 5 minute has it right. So before market opens at 441, pre-market sell, and this is going to be Tesla on the 5 minute chart. And then October 6th. And this is what we look at. Definitely getting that overbought territory too in the pre-market. It's not a lot of volume. I mean, the last 5 minute candle we're at 7,500 shares. It's not really a lot of volume, but it's there. It's in this range, right? I mean, that's not enough volume for like a big hedge fund to take significant profits if they were up. But it's enough for like retail traders like us to take profits. So if you are able to sell at this price before the market opens, you might be very good. Because when the market opens, if it opens red, a lot of these stocks are going to bleed out. One of the factors that did help Tesla climb over the last few weeks was when Elon Musk was helping Donald Trump and meeting with Donald Trump, and Tesla received lower tariffs in China. So it's been beneficial for Tesla. It's been beneficial to a lot of these American companies that have had those tariffs rates cut. But the number one factor was when Elon Musk focused back on working at Tesla full time. If you look at these cryptos, it's good to have like these cryptos up here because if you see four cryptos, you can see what's happening to all four right when the market opens, when the stock market opens. And Bitcoin is near the all-time high. We have those liquidations up here, 129K, 118K. So if I draw that, you would see. And bottom like 118K. So these liquidations can kind of help as well guide you a little bit, not all the way, but it will let you know like, hey, look, if we liquidate here, and you can zoom in each line and see how much money is lost on each line. So I'll pull up this Bitcoin chart, make it a little bit bigger, and then go back over here to screenshot. If you guys took your screenshots, great, and then I'll add that to the charts channel. So add that to a Discord charts channel. All right, it's 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time zone, so we'll probably get a lot more volume increase for the next 30 minutes. Probably up to about 10 o'clock in the morning. So where are we at 9 o'clock in the morning? The relative strength index levels across the board on the 5 minutes on these cryptos are relatively high. If you look at the stocks like Tesla, it says right here 441, but when the market opens right here and sell pressure starts, it's going to be brutal. It's going to suck. All right. I would be very careful, very cautious about buying any of these stocks or cryptos this morning because you could get stuck holding the bag of the people richer than you. So what we're doing this morning, we saw my indicator helped us get up here over 300%, but now it's time to realize profits. Good morning, Ned. Good morning, Pablo. I'm looking over here. We're already getting the big red candles, although the volume's still low, 4,000 volume on Tesla. I imagine this will pick up as we go throughout the day a little bit more. For you guys who don't know, this start Tesla. Let me anchor this one and lock it. I wish TradingView would let you go past 40. I'm not sure why they don't allow that, but I'm sure we can modify our browser codes for it. So I'm already seeing the sell pressure happening this morning on Tesla. So even though Tesla has been growing and they built the Megapack factory in Texas and Shanghai, they plan on expanding to India and probably to other countries later on. The company is only expecting revenue up to $127 billion. That's revenue, not the profits. So the next time they do their quarterly report for their earnings, it may also be disappointing. So you don't want to be in a quarterly report earning that's disappointing while the stock indicators and RSI levels are too high. And we're going to look at the SPY as well. We're going to look at the SPY. But if we look at crypto here, crypto's already feeling it. The first crypto that started dropping out, and if you guys can see that, XRP. XRP started dropping first. XRP sold at $2.99. Dogecoin at 26 cents. Dogecoin loses 26 cents. We'll be back under this moving average, back at 25 cents relatively soon. But this morning, the biggest candle right here on the sell side, 4,250 shares range. Let's look at SPY this morning. Oh. So did my SPY chart get saved? Sorry. I should have put the price, right? Well, the value. I should put the value. I'll put the value here. In Discord, I have the screenshot of the SPY. Let's see the exact value in that Discord screenshot. 671.13. So not too far off. But when the markets are opening today, all of these indicators are going to show you that, hey, you should have sold. And then the hedge funds are going to sell. The insiders are going to sell. The big investors are going to sell. Good job, Charles. Nice. Nice. So if you sold today, when was your average buy price, Charles? Wow. Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of disaster this morning on the sell side. We're already getting those volatile candles. Like, look at this XRP. This wick already went down to $2.99. We're getting those early signs. There may be one bull trap, but it's going to be a bull trap with very low volume. And it's just interesting. I don't understand why Michael Saylor did not do a buy on Bitcoin this week out of all weeks compared to before. So Saylor's probably bearish as well, or the people that loan him money to buy Bitcoin are too bearish and they don't want to take that risk. I mean, why would you loan somebody money to buy Bitcoin top when you can save your money, buy the Bitcoin bottoms, and collect more yield? So it doesn't make economical sense to loan somebody like Saylor money near the top. Especially when he goes on podcasts bragging about the lending terms and how if they go bust, if Bitcoin goes down drastically, like even down towards 10K, that they wouldn't have to be margin called on their loan. It doesn't make sense. If I was to loan Saylor money at this time, that Bitcoin would need to be up as collateral, and there would be margin terms. Otherwise, you're better off buying Bitcoin yourself. Never lend anybody money to buy crypto when you can just buy crypto yourself. Or you could get wrecked. Remember when people loan money on Gemini Earn, or when they inserted some money on FTX or some other platforms that offer them yield? They learned the hard way that they were the yield and they lost their money. So it's better to keep full control yourself. Even if you're a complete idiot, even if you don't know how to trade, you could probably spend at least 10 hours a week learning how to trade so that you can manage your own buys so you don't get scammed by somebody else. Because not every company out there that promises you yield will actually deliver the yield. Instead, they'll take your money and then you'll be screwed over. We're going to go over here again, look at SPY. So the SPY is still very low volume. If you look at Tesla's even the RSI indicator up here on 5 minutes overbought. We're okay focusing on like the short-term indicators, like 5 minute, 15 minutes, even up to 30 minutes. Because if you zoom out Tesla over here and you look on the weekly and you just look at RSI, on the weekly RSI you're already overbought. And last time it was like this, back in December when it was overbought, it hit that sell signal and price came down over 50%. Now we climb back up about 100% and we're overbought on the weekly. So we can get away with those short-term indicators like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Because when you're up here and you're overbought on the weekly and then in the short time frame, the probability of those dips happening more frequently rise. And then you get that sell pressure. Retail will start selling. I'm looking over here. It may not be the worst time to short Tesla. Probably would not be the worst time to short Tesla because the amount of money it takes to push the stock higher from here is astronomical. Yeah, I would even go as far to say like bears should short Tesla. Like if you're a bear, they're probably already looking at it as well. And Tesla is a good company, has a good product, but up here, it's getting to that overvalued status. I do think Elon wants the price of Tesla to come down so that he can get more shares of Tesla, more percentage. So yeah, the bears will probably start shorting Tesla. Yeah. Elon Musk posting these anime girls on Twitter. The stock's near all-time high price, but didn't make it there this year yet. It's time. It's time to short Tesla. The man's focusing on AI girls. Come on, be real. Like, even if you look at Tesla market cap right now compared to other companies and its competitors, it's an EV automaker that has proprietary patents, still over $1 trillion. For me personally, from what I'm using, uh, NVIDIA, at least I still use NVIDIA tools, NVIDIA products. So NVIDIA will keep innovating and have more customers. It's a lot easier for NVIDIA to attract more customers for their graphic cards than it is for NVIDIA to attract, let's say, all the Tesla buyers. But these companies work together. I think we had most of the bullish stuff that was going to happen for these companies before the end of the year. And remember, near the end of the year, you have the tax loss harvesting. If there's some traders out there tax loss harvesting before the end of the year with big bags, these stocks are going to drop down. It's 9:15 a.m. 9:15 a.m. and so far we're getting sell pressure on these cryptos across the board still. Got the Dogecoin, the Bitcoin, Ethereum, and XRP. Would not be the worst time for retail traders to take profits. It would be a very interesting time though if Satoshi came back and his wallet started moving some Bitcoin up here. Oh wow, XRP is leading the pack on the dip this morning. So if you came here to see some crypto, you come here to see some stock charts, let me know. Let's see what you guys are looking at this morning. Tesla's already starting to come down. Um, if I go over here, yeah, crypto is already bleeding. It's a very weird week that Saylor did not buy Bitcoin. And the government shutdown will probably affect some of these companies' ability to move money. You know, you know what FDIC means? If your money is insured, right? But the government goes bankrupt and your money devalues, doesn't matter. That insurance won't cover that spending power. They never cover your spending power. They just cover the dollar value. I think Saylor is going to announce the earnings data soon, and that's why they weren't able to buy this week for their Bitcoin buys like normal. Ned Jones says, when do you think we'll see $4,000 gold? Well, that's the thing. So stocks are dropping this morning, right? But if you look at gold, and if you look at gold price per ounce, it's at 3,935. So gold would actually probably keep going up. Remember back in October is 3,800. I think gold will eventually make it there by the end of the year. We had an all-time high. We had some people talk to us about gold early in the year, and some had the prediction like 3,500, 3,600, but we're here over $3,900 per ounce. It's pretty cool. I like gold. I like silver. I got some gold and silver as well. And like, I could let like these little silver coins, and then I have the bigger ones as well. But over time, gold's gonna still appreciate because the U.S. dollar is losing value. But at the same time, like these cryptos are so overvalued, Bitcoin's up over 6 million%, so it can't keep rising when it's that far percentage. If you look at the Nvidia this morning, Nvidia Corporation, on the 1 minute chart, this was crazy sell pressure. It was crazy sell pressure this morning. So if you look up here at the 615, so 815 candle, they had that push up and then boom. This is Nvidia's chart. And Nvidia, in about 10 minutes, we're probably going to see more sell pressure. There was a lot of volume on this candle, but all that volume got erased. So this was that candle, and I came on this morning early on purpose. I came on this morning because I wanted to see everything play out as I envisioned it. The sell pressure will happen, and there's not much that you need to know, really, except for things are overbought. The government's probably going to open back up again soon. Stocks went up because government shut down, so stocks will drop when government opens back up. It's not that complicated. If this Bitcoin and some of these stocks went up irrationally because the government shut down, then when the government opens back up, they should receive that sell pressure, right? So it would be very hard to trust the American government to buy Bitcoin here. Like these people that had a government shutdown, why would we trust them to buy Bitcoin? So maybe eventually when it rolls out, they won't be able to buy it in Bitcoin, and they're going to announce that they're not going to buy Bitcoin also. But we have about 7 minutes, and then we're going to get to see a little bit more of that price action. So about 7 minutes, and then you're going to be like, whoa. So set your timers. If you need to go to the bathroom or something, go now. Come back within the next 3 to 4 minutes at the latest. I made myself some ginger tea this morning, drinking that while I'm waiting. It's going to be a wild day, though. This is going to be a day of trading that you will never forget in your life. For the reason that you either A, make the wrong trade, or B, you're going to make the perfect trade. The easiest trade ever in your life. That's how today is going to go. Five minutes until market opens. You guys want to see that Tesla stock indicator that I did a while back? And my information this morning about bears are probably going to start shorting Tesla around 440. This is where we are on that Tesla stock this morning. And these charts are provided live to us by TradingView, tradingview.com. Ned Jones says he's holding a small lot position in Bitcoin. I think market. I think market will drop when the government opens back up. Yeah, Tesla's dropping. I think the moment market opens, we get the biggest candle of the day. So we're here. We're watching. If you really want to, you could set like a sell them a little bit higher, Ned Jones, because there may be a small bull trap before the sell comes in. But I predict there's going to be quite a few billionaires, maybe some of those billionaires that even set with the president of the United States, to start opening shorts. And then this stock, MicroStrategy. You look at MicroStrategy as well. MicroStrategy over here is oof. 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 Yeah. Yep. MicroStrategy still under my short signal. And it's not time to take profits on the short yet. How is it that Bitcoin's near all-time high? MicroStrategy is not near all-time high. The more people realize, the more you realize, you'll get the answer. MicroStrategy is suffering. So the the shorts on MicroStrategy have been printing since before the Bitcoin conference, right? Before the Bitcoin conference, there was like people shorting this thing over $500, and then had a big wick down to 234. Very volatile. And that's because of dilution. So this is my MicroStrategy chart. If you guys like MicroStrategy and want to look at my chart, I have this nice and laid out for you guys. So from my day one of the bull market, if you bought MicroStrategy, Bitcoin, Dogecoin back in 2022 and held it even to the first red block, like that's 250% in 390 days. When Saylor first converted to buying Bitcoin, they got that green block in 2020. So you can see the moments that were pivotal, that were beneficial to the company. And obviously, when Donald Trump won the presidency, it helped push it to new all-time highs. But ever since Trump's been in office and president, this stock has been making its way back down for MicroStrategy. And if Bitcoin does start bleeding when government opens back up, then MicroStrategy is going to be one of those corporations that suffers the most. If you go over here, market's opening now. Let's look at crypto while the market's opening, because we get this in real time. Right? I can even put this on a 1 second chart if I really want to, but I think the 5 minutes it's enough to see the actual candles and the volume. So our last 5 minute candle on Bitcoin, it's only 100 volume of Bitcoin. That's not an astronomical volume, especially when Bitcoin used to get daily candles of over 200,000 Bitcoin. So the stock market is open. Let's add this note here. Market opens. We're gonna add the so we get the exact candle. So we got the market opening here. Now we're getting volume. I think when the stock market is open, that would be the good time to tell the American public about the plans of the government opening it back up. That would probably be the time. And I think if we can stop paying members of Congress during a shutdown, that would also help make it end faster. So the government shutdown ending will make the price of Bitcoin come back up. So if they open back up the government, we could see a lot of beneficial stuff happening here today for the shorts. So these candles over here, show that when the market's opening, what I know, what you know, what the insiders know is that the government will not stay shut down forever. When it opens, we're going to see the price of these cryptos drop. So we'll see. This would be a day to remember. Look at this chart. It's already on logarithmic. Why are you spamming the chat, buddy? I already keep my chart on logarithmic. Come on, buddy. You already knew that was on there by looking at the chart. I don't know why you spamming the chat. Calm down. Calm down. I keep it there. It helps with the trading. But if you look at this crypto market opening, MicroStrategy, let's go back to the daily. Daily. Ooh, MicroStrategy suffering. Let's look at Tesla. Let's see how Tesla is doing this morning. Oh, Tesla is going up while the market's going down. That's very interesting. We're going to see if this is a bull trap for Tesla. The biggest 1 minute candle is 137,000 shares of Tesla. So we'll see if this is the end of that buys and then the sells come in for Tesla as well. But reminder, Tesla's up over 300% from the last buy signals. So Pablo raises a good question. Pablo says, what happened if the government doesn't reopen today? Well, it doesn't matter if the government opens today or tomorrow. The government will reopen. That is a fact. So a lot of these firms have to front run before the government opens, and they have to take their profits or start their shorts before the government opens. So it's a fact. But if you look over here, like just when the market started opening, crypto already started dumping. Remember, this is that 1 week that Michael Saylor didn't buy Bitcoin. The most irresponsible buyer of Bitcoin did not buy Bitcoin. And instead of buying Bitcoin, he asked the biggest YouTuber, Mr. Beast, to buy Bitcoin. They would love it for someone to come in and buy Bitcoin after they've already bought their bags and already pushed it to new all-time highs. That would be perfect for them. So looking over here, I'm trying to get the old Bitcoin chart. I don't know if I took a picture of the Bitcoin Weekly this morning. Why are these extra large icons so small? Yeah, so I don't think people should be buying the absolute top of Bitcoin before the government opens back up. Look at ETH. ETH had this unusual buy. I think that's liquidations. Possibly market makers liquidating some high leverage shorts right there. Because Bitcoin's still dumping a little bit while Ethereum's getting those candles. You go back to Tesla. Tesla, someone bought a lot of Tesla this morning, right? and then immediately after the it got sold off. So the bears are starting to accumulate Tesla shorts. We're seeing the evidence on the charts here. But right now, like these charts, they're showing you probably see Tesla maybe bottom back out $130 by the time it's done with the big sells, big shorts. Because if Tesla goes to $130, I think even Elon would buy it at 130 to accumulate a greater share of stocks. Because his plan is to still gain a higher percentage of Tesla. And he's doing that through SpaceX. The market open, we had some irrational buys as predicted, some bull traps as predicted, and then boom, now we're getting the giant wicks. So far today, today is going to be one of the biggest day of liquidations there is. Today is going to be one of the biggest days of liquidations. You can already tell from these wicks. Bitcoin volume still very low though. Like this 5 minute candle right here, the last 5 minute candle, 189 Bitcoin. Our last 5 minute candle for ETH. What? Oh man. Yeah, these are not high volume candles. If I look at the last 5 minute candle for Doge, that's only 14.7 million Doge. So the volume compared to supply is very low. Just this morning, that Tesla candles right here. This is evidence that shorts are accumulating. So I'll add that note as well. So we have evidence that shorts are accumulating for Tesla. They sense that this is an okay spot to start adding value to their shorts. Tesla's around $443 right now. We're at 9:41 a.m. Eastern Time Zone. The stock market is open. Bitcoin hit 124,974 this morning during this current 5 minute candle. We have 3 minutes left in this candle, but we're getting a huge volatility in wicks already. We hit as low as 124,497 earlier. I expect we're going to come down, liquidate all these high leverage longs. We'll probably go under 120,000 within a few hours as well for Bitcoin. If you look over here at the SPY is already, the SPY is coming down. So the puts on the SPY are printing. Puts on the SPY are printing this morning. So far, a few of the things are happening right this morning. Now the next thing that we need to happen is for that government to open up or announce they're going to open up at least this week or next week so that retail traders can actually start trading again. We're already getting major sell pressure on the candle, but the volume is still low. We'll probably need a candle doge over 25 million. And then after we get that 25 million candle, that's when we'll see the direction. But we're already getting a lot of red this morning. A lot of wicks, a lot of red. The spy's coming down. People know they're gonna dump the markets. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are having a good morning. Wow. Very interesting morning, I will say that. Let's look at Tesla. See if Tesla is still coming down. So we had the signs, the evidence of shorts accumulating. Bears should start shorting around 440. So we had as low as like 439 already. So it's still early. I think Tesla is rolling out an update today. They had a bug that they had to fix, but this is the early times. Bitcoin's already jumping a little bit. XRP, we noticed XRP had the biggest wicks earlier. Like from the bottom of that wick to the top of this wick was 0.67%. It happened faster. Ethereum wick was about 1.09%, but you have to use this candle over here. XRP started dumping right here, right after the red block. So XRP, Ripple Foundation is a big institution. So if they think the price is going to dump, they probably want to front run retail to get as much money as they can. Well, let's see. Reminder: these liquidations on the bottom side go to 118,000, top side 129,000. We're already getting evidence of a big sell-off this morning. Market open we had some volatile wicks, but then ultimately price is lower than when market open. So if price is lower when market open, maybe the trend this morning is that sell pressure before the government opens back up. How high will ETH get on the weekly? So we look at ETH up here. We have those top liquidations at 4,792, potentially 4,800. But early this morning, like government shutting down calls this crypto pump. Reopening would cause it to drop. So, yep. So I got this chart. I'll throw it in Discord as well. Those liquidations. So I made a typo. 4,442. 4,342. There we go. Yeah, as the market started opening, we started getting that sell pressure. All right. Looking over here. And then if we look at Tesla. Tesla is still getting that sell pressure. So shorts are accumulating. Someone tried to push it up, but it did not succeed. I'll be right back in a minute. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm back. Let's see over here. Go back to Tesla. Tesla's under 441, so around 440. But as the market stays open a little bit longer, we're going to start seeing that sell pressure a little bit more. Remember, Tesla was up over 300% from the buy signal. Hmm. So, it should be about time for the third ingredient of today's disaster, panic. Should be about time for that panic. Let's come up over here, shall we? I think it's about time. Robinhood is down. Robinhood is down this morning. People are having issues with Robinhood. You can't sell. You can't sell or buy if the app is down. You know who can sell though? And who they sponsor a trading competition for us as well. You can buy and sell your crypto on WEEX right now still. And look, they sponsored us a trading competition, 500 USDT in Aster. I want to say I was looking over here and I saw the first place, second place. Second place, this is Dave. I'm sure this is Dave. But yeah, this trading competition is going to last for 7 days. So, yes, for the third ingredient of today's market crash, Robinhood is down. Unfortunately. So, Tesla price is dropping. I'll drop that week's link of the trading competition in the chat as well for you guys. But yeah, very unlucky. Very unlucky. So, you can either A, predict the future, or B, make the future. I encourage you all to make your future by making every choice the best that you can every day in your life. Why would Robinhood be down today if I was predicting the crash? Wow. All right. Let's go back over here. Sorry about that chart. There goes Tesla bleeding. So, if you watched the first bit of the stream this morning, and I saw that Tesla was up over 300%. Look at these cryptos. Woo. We got the market open candle. Ethereum's actually outperforming the other cryptos over here. Maybe because Bitcoin went up more in value than ETH. Dogecoin has an infinite supply, theoretically. SRP has the Ripple Foundation that loves to dump on the retail's heads near the top. But yeah, Robinhood being down right now is very weird timing. Also, technically the Robinhood wallet is one of the largest holders of Dogecoin. So you may want to consider that as well. So Robinhood being down right now and causing technical issues is really unfortunate for the retail traders that are on that platform. Especially if they were trying to trade Tesla. If they were trying to sell Tesla up here or something. It's really unfortunate. And for you guys who don't know, ooh, yeah, a lot of you guys are mad about Robinhood being down. I don't even trade on Robinhood. After Robinhood turned off that buy button on GameStop, like, ooh, you should know better. I'm just happy I don't have to trade on Robinhood this morning. Yeah, if the platform is down, people can't sell. That is the gist of it. Yeah. It's unfortunate. So once retail traders over there can sell again, maybe yeah. Tesla drops over 2%. Tesla drops significantly. If we go back to the Nvidia stock, right? Nvidia stock. Ooh. Nvidia stock was like the precursor, showing us this stuff was going to go down. So seeing Nvidia go down over 3% in the pre-market, and then Robinhood app technical issues is very mind-boggling. Like, why would today be the day that Robinhood stock goes down? Yeah, Robinhood's one of the largest Dogecoin holders as well. So the people cannot sell if the app is down. That's very lucky. Someone did not want to get squeezed. There was probably an institution or firm that was long on some cryptos and stocks that were going to dump. They didn't want to get squeezed, and then the app had some technical issues. That's really unlucky this morning. I think Bitcoin should be short. We're near all-time high, logically. In my opinion, Bitcoin should be short. Obviously, that's not financial advice. But even if you went to a financial advisor and asked them about Bitcoin, I don't know if a financial advisor would tell you to buy Bitcoin at the top or how much of your portfolio to buy at the top. Probably like 1% of 1% of your portfolio. And if you feel like you have to get exposure to Bitcoin at the absolute top, compared to when we had the bear market and dropped down to 16,500, you're a little bit late. There are some market technical analysis and predictions that today will be the new all-time high for Bitcoin. But then after that, you get massive sell pressure and the largest number of liquidations for the last few weeks. It's just a trade, a gamble that I don't want to take. I I went over this before, like the upside versus the downside percentage isn't there for me. Like if I think Bitcoin is going to hit 130K, but has a risk of going down towards 50,000, I don't want to get stuck holding as we go down to 50,000. I'd rather miss out buying Bitcoin and then I would buy a stock in something else or other cryptos. Like some of the stocks that I like have already started going up. There are some stocks that are doing very well in this market right now. How many of you guys had your Robinhood app crash this morning? It's interesting that they did crash. Let's check in on GameStop. Still around $25. If I look at GameStop on the daily, the weekly, um, Ryan Cohen. We had something great going for GameStop, something phenomenal. And then Michael Saylor had to come in and convince Ryan Cohen to buy the absolute top of Bitcoin. And then after Ryan Cohen bought Bitcoin, GameStop plummeted 36% because that lowered the potential of the squeezes. But from the green blocks, like we're still up over 100%. But man, after Ryan Cohen announced they were buying Bitcoin, and then when they actually did buy the Bitcoin, prices came down. So my idea is like limit orders down to like $9.80, all the way to $12.25. So yeah, I think that stopped us from getting $60. So it's down over, like we're down over 30% from when they started buying Bitcoin. Which is unlucky. Oh man, it is so unlucky that they purchased the Bitcoin where they did, when they did, and how they did it. Because talk about killing the momentum. But hey, look, Bitcoin may hit a new all-time high today. And reminder, the top of those liquidations are at 129,000. Me personally, I'm shorting Bitcoin because I don't think the upside is higher than the downside. Every day to take the price up 1 to 2%, like to even get here to 3% would cost billions. Whereas selling it doesn't really cost that much because they just hit the sell button and collect that liquidity. So I feel bad for you guys if your Robinhood account went down today and you were not able to trade the way you wanted to trade. Wow. Yeah, if Bitcoin goes to 150 and falls, I mean, are you really wanting to take that risk? right? Because if you're taking that risk, you're definitely going to need a stop loss because once there's big liquidations or sell pressure, it will fall faster than it goes up in that scenario. If you look at Bitcoin here, like, oh, if I look at Bitcoin here from this weekly chart, this is not the current price. Current price is let's update this 125 281. And this is not the monthly. This is weekly. We don't need the market opens on here. We don't need a Bollinger Band. But we have the bottom liquidations on the. We don't need a liquidation is different on the weekly. But right here we have the bearish divergence forming, and if you look at your indicators, the RSI is still overbought for Bitcoin. From the area, if you could have bought Bitcoin in 2022, which most of us here were live, I was live streaming then. This candle right here was my day one bull market candle. From there, even until 70K, that was over 334%. And from that 70K, we did go up 72K, but then we came all the way down to 49,494 for a 30% drop. So the question is, do I want to risk Bitcoin going up 2% versus coming down 30%? Like, if I wanted to get Bitcoin up to 150K, that's a 20% move. But we come back to this moving average, that's a 50% move. So the risk to reward isn't there, in my opinion. So I would not buy Bitcoin up here at the top. And it becomes worse. It looks worse when you compare it to buying something else. So if something else is set to rise faster percentage than Bitcoin, then it could be like an 80% spread or over 100% spread. I'll show you something I like better than Bitcoin right now for the price. I like this one, SWBI, Smith & Wesson stock. Okay. So right here, it broke the downtrend. It took a lot longer to break that downtrend, but it broke the downtrend. So Smith & Wesson, I know some people you're going to say, oh, Tim, that's a boring stock, but over here, it was trading sideways for about 168 days. After sideways trading for 168 days, from that top of the wick down, it dropped 27%. People accumulated around $8 range. It's already up 20% from that $8 range. And if we go up here to $17, that's a 78% gain. I think a stock like this will go up 78% faster than Bitcoin will go up 78%. Just my opinion. So you may want to consider researching Smith & Wesson, see why it's going up. So it could go up over 75% from here to hit that double top. I would rather put my money in Smith & Wesson than Bitcoin right here. So this is the weekly chart for Smith & Wesson. Just the stock idea for you guys. Put that on the YouTube page as well. All right, let's go back over here to Bitcoin and put it on the 5 minutes. So ever since the market opened, we had some volatility. We had the price drop under moving average for Doge, XRP, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. It did not fall under moving average. And then Ethereum looks like it rose a little bit more percentage than Bitcoin. If you do the top of the candle to the top of the candle, that's 1.5% versus Bitcoin 0.5%. So Ethereum increased more percentage than Bitcoin right there. But also remember, Ethereum is relative smaller market cap than Bitcoin. Still the second crypto. And I've been bragging about a stock in my Discord for a while. I'll show you that stock as well. It's called AMD. So AMD was at 157. Now it's up to it's up a lot today as well. So go to my Discord, search AMD. So computer processors. So AMD, I think I talked about this in a previous stream about how their computer chips are doing very well. We can go back and look at that stream, or you can just go back and watch your last stream. But AMD, they had the partnership with OpenAI today. So if you look over here, they have this sideways trading, right? And then over here, announcement. So that's the OpenAI partnership. And someone bought it. Someone's been buying for like last 3 days. But that was a 40% candle. So that pushed the stock up like 40% in the last 3 days for AMD, which is wild. But hey, look, when you're actually recovering, when your processors are doing some good stuff, people like it. They're still like the best processor for gaming computers right now. The 9950X3D, the 7800X3D. And from the green blocks, so from my green blocks until here, it's up over 147%. So AMD is up 147% from those green blocks. And to be fair, like from the first green block, it only went up 27%. Sorry, 14% in 27 days. And then after it got overbought in that RSI, the shares dropped 30%. Got oversold again, oversold RSI, green block. From there, it's up today over 190%. So it's pretty good. And the CEO was there. We talked about it. She was in the White House at the dinner with Trump and the other corporations. And you may not be too late, but there's another CPU chip company. I'll show you the chart. Let's save this. That is Intel. Intel Corporation is also up. It's still like $37, $38. But if you look over here on the weekly chart, Intel was kind of suffering for a little bit. And for you guys who missed the story last time about Intel, basically, like the machine you see behind me, it has an i9-14900K. Well, that CPU had thermal issues, had BIOS issues. They didn't get around to fixing it until like years later. So they had a lot of RMA, a lot of returns. They lost a lot of customers. People like me went and bought the new AMD chip, started using the new AMD chip for gaming, streaming, that sort of stuff. But they started turning around recently too at the White House dinner. We heard some stuff from Mark Zuckerberg from Meta talking about they're building data centers bigger than Manhattan. So a lot of these companies are also going to use Intel chips. Intel's also working to make better video cards for AI rendering and video rendering. But from last green block, we're up 88%. So we're currently up 88% from green blocks. And it sounds weird, but like if I was draw this whole area like this, like you're still not late. And if retail isn't still late, so it'll probably hit $150 within 2 years. And I'm just basing this off the increased demand of their chips. If you go to Discord also, you can search Intel. We saw when it hit $35, $31. Discord right here, maybe. Yeah. So we saw down here as well. And this was my video build on that Intel's CPU. From this big video on like June the 5th. So we go June the 5th, right? Right here. Between here and here. Like on the week of my video, their stock price jumped up like 1%. So it was like $20. So is that $20 per share? And if I go over here, like when Nvidia started investing $5 billion into Intel, their stock price went up drastically, right? But you're not late. And even here, like even at $35, you're not late. You're a little bit late, but you're not all the way late. I think it'll go at least to 350. So 150, very conservative for 2 years. But hey, look, I could be wrong. I'm just a regular retail trader. Could be wrong. And it would suck to be wrong, but it'll also be okay for me to have a little bit of Intel before the price really runs, you know? I hope some of you guys own some Intel stocks. It would be wise. It would be wise to bet on innovation. So as you saw this week, and my argument last week, I need to go through and look at the CC. But my argument last week was that these computer chip companies and these AI companies are going to grow at a faster rate than Bitcoin. And this week we already see like stocks like AMD jump up over 40% in one candle. From like the last red blocks down to the dip, that's 60%. But then they partner with OpenAI. So what we noticed today is proof that these AI chips, these computer chips, these companies that are making you the tools for productivity and your own innovation are the ones that are going to get that market share, the money. So it's very good. So, and then if the government opens back up during this time, then boom, Bitcoin just lost a drastic amount of value versus AMD. Bitcoin lost a drastic amount of value towards Intel this week. So if you're really betting on the future, you're going to bet on the CPU companies. So at the end of the day, these companies could bring more innovation. You're going to see crypto better than Bitcoin in the future. We already have cryptos better than Bitcoin now, if you want to look at it from a technological perspective. From a tokenomics perspective, you can make a Bitcoin better also. Why are there only 21 million Bitcoins when there's over 6 billion people? The ratio is very bad. So I think there's ways to make a better Bitcoin both financially, both from the ethicals and the technologicals. The Bitcoin we have now is not very ethical. If you saw what happens at the Bitcoin mining centers, if you saw what the neighbors have to deal with, when the noise levels are so loud that they give people migraines, nausea, unable to sleep at night, when these companies come in and force these people out of their homes, there is a dark truth to Bitcoin that you have to recognize and see if you're okay with that. See if you're okay making money on that. I know I'd be mad if a Bitcoin mining company moved next door to me and the noise decimals were so loud that I was developing nausea, that I was developing brain cancer. All the animals leave the area. It would be very upsetting. So, are you really okay with that? But you see gold. If you see gold as money, gold's near new all-time highs. Gold is in a very good spot. If you're betting on Bitcoin versus betting on AMD or Intel, you will lose. AMD and Intel will continue to make more innovation than Bitcoin ever can. Bitcoin is only a money, right? A type of money that uses an astronomical amount of energy, noise pollution, water pollution, air pollution for the people mining the Bitcoin. These CPU companies actually bring out innovation. You can cure cancer with these CPUs and AI. Bitcoin can't cure cancer. It doesn't work like that. You're not renting computing power from Bitcoin. That's not how it works. You're using computing power to make a coin, to make money. So it's not the best innovation that we have in the world. Because at the end of the day, people are selling it for other monies. If you look at AMD right here, this God candle on AMD, and you look at it on the daily chart, from the area of oversold, matching with the green block. So you could have done this one or this one. But let's say you chose the higher area. That was still $98. And then you wait until some big news like this comes out where they have a partnership with a company that has a massive amount of money, and then boom. So the technicals are there. A lot of money it has left Tesla to, like, people knew that this pump would happen on these computer processors. So when I look at Tesla, like, it is stagnant this morning. Look at INTC. INTC over the last week, we're still like breaking out of this range. If you look over here as well, it's starting to break this micro downtrend. And then boom. So the computer processors, in my opinion, I would rather have like high quality computer processors that can actually compute the AI, because now we have the graphic cards computing AI. But they have the computer processors that can compute AI, or computer processors that link directly to GPUs. That would be more beneficial than a car that drives itself, in my opinion. I don't think Americans really need cars that can drive themselves. I think Americans just need to learn how to drive, and then we'll all be good. If you look at NVIDIA as well, NVIDIA is one of those companies that's still innovating. If you look at the 1 minute candle over here and see this morning what happened, someone sold a lot of NVIDIA in the pre-market. It went down like 3% in the pre-market, and then sideways trading. So it's going to be a pattern like this. I don't know about you, but this looks like it's forming a small bear flag. This probably come back down to here. And trying to line this up, make it look nice. So the prediction is that NVIDIA, even though it's innovating and stuff, then we're gonna come down. Stock price will probably drop. So the prediction here is that NVIDIA will probably lose that $180 just from this pattern. The pre-market sell-off, the sideways trading, close to a bear flag. And if I just hide my drawings, right? If I hide my drawings and then clip it into AI or something, even the AI will be like, I'm going to feed this into AI a little bit too, see what AI thinks. See if the AI is able to tell what type of pattern this is. I'm going to feed AI the chart without giving it too much information as well, to see if it does something similar to what I drew. I don't think you should. I don't think you should trade with house money, because then you won't have the mind and profile to do the trades you want. If you're using house money, you won't be able to make the best decisions. You'll definitely be higher stress. Right. So I think Nvidia will come down and lose this $180. If I look at GameStop as well, GameStop's been coming down. Intel Corporation 37, AMD. AMD, like last time, it went up like this as well. But the stock price came at a very interesting time. They announced this partnership during the government shutdown. If we look at that Nvidia stock chart again, you start seeing this descending triangle as well, and it will probably come down. Right here, there's no clear bullish pattern right here, in my opinion. We'll probably break the support at $183 as well, which is why I say we probably drop down to 180 at least. Let's go back over here to this crypto charts real quick as well. Be right back. Gonna take a quick bathroom break as well. I am still in my MYX short. What's up, Ernie? How are you doing today? Yeah. I even dollar cost average into that short. So I added more contracts. Are you shorting MYX? Or are you in any crypto shorts right now? Wait. Oh nope, I'm not in MYX short. My bad. I I took profits already. I mean, we got charts over here. Yeah, I already took profits on MYX. Sorry about that. If you look over here, I did close the MYX short. I made 1,420% on that short. I entered at $15.33, closed at $10.98, and then after I closed my short, the price ran up to like $12. So yeah, I have 8 different shorts open right now. Yes, it was a very good crypto to short though because of how far it ran up. We didn't get the perfect entry. We didn't get the perfect take profit, but I earned over 1,000%, so I'm happy with it. I imagine if you shorted it as well, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself. It is a good one to short. Wow. Yep. If you look in the Discord, like show off your profits channel. Um, if you're in the Discord, and you just scroll through there, right? And you look in like Team the Art. Oh, all right. If you just look and show off your profits, um, from like recently, you can see the closed trades. Like I had a short on this one called SPL. I closed that the other day for 991%. I did close some short on another coin, Ethereum. I took profits, made 616%, closed that ETH short before this recent run up. Otherwise, I would have been negative on that short. I had a Hemi short, made 1763% on that short. I had an XCX long, closed that for 482%. I did a Hemi short also, another one prior, 720%. Yeah, when I closed the Dogecoin short the other day, the price was around the same, 26 2, made 1796%. The MYX short was closed the same day. Like this trade was 5:53 a.m. The MYX trade 5:52 a.m. like super early in the morning. Had a hi-fi short for 4,042%. Dogecoin long took that quick Dogecoin long 425%. Where Liberty Finance did a short on that from like 22 cents down to 16.78, made over 1,200%. These are some more trades that I closed as well. So there's always opportunities to trade, in my opinion. From my perspective, I get these opportunities to trade and I take it. Just looking at the markets, we're getting overbought again on the short 5 minute time frame. We saw Nvidia may be fulfilling this pattern. AMD stock price was climbing earlier. Had some weird things about AMD. I showed you guys like somebody knew. It's okay if I like in the technicals, like, but right here there was like no absolute technical that was showing you that it was a good time to buy AMD. And someone bought a lot of AMD. They bought so much AMD that pushed your price up over $10 per share, 5%. And then we get the news and the stock price pushes up over 30% from their buy. So this is AMD stock. It's a very exciting morning, regardless. It is a very big candle, 40%. So some people are speculating that there was some insider trading going on over here, something potentially illegal going on over here, which would suck. But that's why I also say buy deep in the red rather than high in the green. Do any of you guys have a question about a stock or crypto, gold, silver, any commodities? You're still in a Doge short? Yeah, if Dogecoin moves down like a little bit, like Dogecoin is at the last, like around the last price of when I closed my last position. Christine Devine says iron, so we'll look up iron. So if I look at the iron stock, if I look at Iron Limited, some of the first thing I see that this thing is getting that overbought territory. We got overbought territory red blocks before. Price ultimately came down 58% across 46 days. From our green blocks until the first red blocks was 244%, but now, like seeing this stock for the first time, now it's up 917%. So just from the technicals, this probably would not be the absolute best time. So from the technicals, probably would calm down because the RSI is up there. If you look over here as well, you're also getting the divergence. So you're getting that lower RSI at a higher price. So it may be time to like, maybe time to like sell this stock. This isn't a stock that I would go in and buy just from this data. Now they have something else, like if this company can gear up and do something crazy, yeah. But I don't know. Just from the technicals, it looks like it's time to sell this stock. So just from what I see. And if you look at the ticker on social media, like all the people that see the price pumped high probably would want to talk about resistance, right? But this stock already ran. So there's like a few times in history from the green blocks to red blocks, like it also went up here 500 and then ultimately about 900% too. So I'm going to draw that from here to here, 900%. And then from here to here. So we measured this from those red blocks down to here, 67% price drop. So from here to here, let me move the ticker. From here to here, from the green blocks to this range, is about 877%. So if I was looking at this stock, I would probably say sell. I would probably sell the stock at 55.68. That's just my logic when it comes to something like this, for a stock like this. It performed very well multiple times. So if you want like a more in-depth chart, like this would be that more in-depth chart. I'll put it in Discord too. So I think this would be the absolute best time to sell the IRM. Hopefully this chart helped you. Yeah. I mean, their market cap's already $11.9 billion up here as well. So, and they're a Bitcoin mining company. So, I think the Bitcoin mining companies kind of suffer the most near the top if people start selling Bitcoin. Because if they don't sell the Bitcoin that they mined and the price goes down, the miners lose more money. So Probably not the worst time to sell. The funniest thing, like I have to go back to AMD. Let me save this chart, by the way. The funniest thing about AMD, I have to oh man, please let me put this at 8:30 a.m. So I gotta put this on the 1 minute actually. Ah, so we have the 15. I don't know if he made a typo. Maybe he meant 175. Did Jim Cramer make a typo? I think he made a typo. Yeah, he had to make a typo. There's no way. There's absolutely no way the man meant 75. He probably meant 175. Yeah, this is yeah, that one's cooked. There's no way he made a I don't think he meant $75. That's bizarre if he said 75. It's very funny. But you have to check about who's raising those target price. Is it companies that were getting paid by the sellers so that the price would go up so they could actually sell? Or by independent firms? Yeah, those shorts were positive yesterday. They'll probably be positive again once the government opens up or all news that the government opens up. Wow. AMD price ran though. Mhm. But AMD's been doing pretty well with their chips lately. Bitcoin's still around 124,000. Reminder, if I zoom out, I don't have the drawings. Ah, I do have drawings. Where did my liquidations go? Bottom side liquidation 118,000, top side 128,000. We saw early this morning that AMD had a big run up. We saw that Tesla started getting some sell pressure earlier today in the market pre-market. It did bounce back from that sell pressure to come back up to the $446 resistance. If the government does open back up, then there may be some sell pressure on these stocks and cryptos. Something to consider. I think these cryptos will push down once the government opens back up. I think that would be bearish news for crypto. All right. Almost time for the lunch breaks. We'll see how Wall Street reacts during lunch breaks. I will probably be in and stream and then checking back in a little bit later. Hope you guys enjoy the charts. Hope you guys enjoy the TA. I'll touch base with you guys later. Have a good lunch. Happy trading. We'll see what happens when the government opens back up and see what happens to the prices. Until then, trade safe. Looking over here. Looks like the prices are finally topping out for the day. We did hit a new all-time high for Bitcoin. From there, I think we're going to get that sell signal near that all-time high. A lot of firms probably won't be buying Bitcoin again for the rest of the year unless there's a major bleed in price. Just letting you know. Yeah, the stock market closing soon may cause some options to be less valuable. If I look over here at Tesla, Tesla was able to break out of the resistance today, briefly. We look at AMD. AMD was able to climb earlier today in a little bit of retrace, but is still up over 24% in the last run. So good for AMD today. We check over on NVIDIA Corporation, still around 185. I believe NVIDIA will come back down, retrace. GameStop should be around 25. Yeah, GameStop still not in the buy radius yet. Still waiting on that. But yeah, over here, probably get some sell pressure coming relatively soon, heading into aftermarkets. Looking at these charts, a lot of coins are undervalued against Bitcoin here. That's for sure. We're going to be wrapping up the stream though. Hope you guys had a good time trading today. Hope you learned something. Catch me tomorrow.